The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 18th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable John S. Duarte to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the two parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 3 years, Secretary of State Antony Blinken has withheld critical information and worked to conceal the truth about the decisions that were made in the weeks and months leading up to the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. The American people deserve to know the details about the failed strategy that allowed the Taliban to topple the Afghan government. These failures have created a crisis that once again is providing a safe haven for terrorists in Afghanistan, giving space to Al-Qaeda and ISIS-K so that they can train, equip, and arm themselves to attack Americans and our allies. It's time to hold Secretary Blinken accountable for this cover-up and for the State Department to fully comply with the congressional investigation into the withdrawal that has put Americans into danger and the failures that resulted in the deaths of 13 courageous American service members at Abbey Gate. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last night, President-elect Donald Trump announced that Commissioner Brendan Carr would be named as the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. Over the past several years, I've been proud to work with Commissioner Carr to help deliver reliable, high-speed internet to the communities across South Central and Southwestern Pennsylvania. Together, we've sat down with teachers, doctors, and business owners in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District and heard firsthand about the hardships that occur with the lack of access to internet connectivity. We spoke to a teacher who could tell which students had internet access by how well they had prepared their homework assignments. We spoke with a doctor about how spotty connections made it impossible to conduct telehealth visits for patients who cannot leave their homes. And we spoke with business owners who were struggling to reach new customers and work with vendors because of slow connection speeds. Commissioner Carr will help lead the way on internet connectivity, and I look forward to working together to ensure that everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District can have access to affordable and reliable internet throughout the district. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, under President Donald J. Trump, we used the energy that is underneath the feet of my constituents in Pennsylvania. President Trump lowered gas and electricity prices and expanded our national security through energy dominance. And in sharp contrast to that, on his first day of office, President Biden sent a clear message to Americans when he canceled the Keystone XL pipeline and halted new permits for oil and natural gas development. With President Trump set to return to the Oval Office, we have a chance to unleash the American energy by reissuing these permits and encouraging the development of new technologies that harness the oil and natural gas that we can produce right here in the United States. I look forward to working with President Trump's nominee, Chris Wright, once he is confirmed as our next Secretary of Energy, to utilize Pennsylvania energy resources to power our nation and to provide to our allies throughout the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Sorry, correction. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last month, Congresswoman Dole and I, along with Senators Van Hollen and Durbin, led over 80 congressional Democrats to urge the Biden administration to impose financial sanctions on certain members of the Netanyahu government, specifically Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir for their role in the rise of settler violence, settlement expansion, and the general destabilization of the West Bank. I represent one of the largest Palestinian populations in the United States. I've had constituents who have lost loved ones, have had family land seized, and even as American citizens have been detained in Israeli prisons simply for the crime of visiting their families. I am also a staunch supporter of Israel and categorically support their right to defend themselves and recover hostages taken during the horrific acts of October 7th. And let us be very clear. There is no conflict between supporting the nation of Israel and the dignity of the Palestinian people, so long as you are committed to a permanent and durable regional peace in this lifetime. And that peace will never be realized until people on both sides of the Green Line have equal property rights, security, and opportunity. Now, that's not possible as long as Israeli hostages are being detained or as rockets continue to fly into Israel from Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran. But it's also not possible as long as Palestinians in the West Bank are having their property confiscated, livestock killed, and their communities bulldozed. Violent settlers in the West Bank have carried out almost 1,300 known attacks against Palestinians since October 7th. At least 25 new outposts have been established. 70 illegal outposts were recognized and are eligible for funding by the Israeli government. All of these actions are illegal under international law. Earlier this year, President Biden issued Executive Order 14115 that authorized the imposition of sanctions on anyone determined to be, quote, responsible for, complicit in, or to have directly or indirectly engaged or attempted to engage in actions that threaten the peace, security, or stability of the West Bank. To date, President Biden has used this order to sanction Palestinian militant groups, organizations involved in violent extremist activity, instigators from the settler movement, and the outposts from which violent attacks are launched. But just as it is appropriate for Israel to target Hamas leadership in their response to October 7th, it is necessary for the United States to target financial sanctions on the leaders of the extremist settler movement. Which brings us to Ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. They have distributed rifles to extremists. They have allowed those extremists to attack humanitarian aid convoys. They have prevented the Palestinian Authority from accessing the international banking network. These ministers' stated goal is the annexation of the West Bank, and they have acted in ways that violate both the spirit and the letter of the President's executive order. Frederick Douglass famously said that the best friend of a nation is he who most faithfully rebukes her for her sins, and he, her worst enemy, who seeks to excuse, palliate, or defend those sins under the specious garb of patriotism. It is out of love for the Palestinian people and a deep, abiding friendship with Israel that we must now rebuke Ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir for their sins. I urge President Biden to heed the calls of over 80 members of Congress and use his executive order to issue these sanctions and to help put a stop to settler violence in the West Bank. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Apprenticeship Week. Each year, industry, labor, workforce, education, and government leaders come together to showcase the successes of apprenticeship programs. This week, it is a time to highlight apprenticeship programs which offer earn and learn opportunities that are proven to build careers. It is a time to celebrate the power of learning through hands-on experience and the vital role that apprenticeships play in strengthening our nation's workforce and economy. Apprenticeships are more than just a job training program. They represent opportunity. There are pathways that open doors for individuals from all walks of life, allowing them to earn while they learn and develop the skills they need to thrive in their chosen careers. Whether it's in manufacturing, healthcare, technology, or the skilled trades, apprenticeships bridge the gap between education and employment in ways that benefit workers, employers, and communities alike. For individuals, apprenticeships provide a foundation for success. They're not just about acquiring technical skills, they're about gaining confidence, building networks, and setting a course for long-term career growth. In today's rapidly changing economy, having a trade or skill you can rely on is invaluable. As for many, the apprenticeship model, where learning happens in a real-world environment, is far more impactful than sitting in a traditional classroom. For employers, apprenticeships are a game changer. They offer a direct pipeline to a highly skilled workforce tailored specifically to the needs of their industry. By investing in apprentices, companies aren't just filling jobs, they're building their future. They're fostering loyalty, reducing turnover, and ensuring their teams are equipped to meet the challenges of tomorrow. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus and a senior member on the House Education and Workforce Committee, I will continue to support policies that promote work-based learning and equip Americans of all ages with the skills necessary to climb the next rung on the ladder of opportunity. As we celebrate National Apprenticeship Week, let's also look ahead. Our challenge is to expand access to these programs and ensure that they're as inclusive and diverse as the workforce that we envision for our nation's future. We must break down barriers from lack of awareness to outdated perceptions and create opportunities for everyone, from young people exploring their first career options to mid-career workers seeking to reskill and adapt. Mr. Speaker, often students graduate high school unaware of their educational options and potential career paths. By highlighting skills-based education and recognizing apprenticeship programs, we are putting our students in a position of success. These programs put our workforce back in the driver's seat of their careers. By participating in apprenticeship programs and other skills-based training, our workforce develops knowledge and skills for long-term, family-sustaining jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman speaker from California. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to point out the continued deception that keeps being fostered by government, by those that would tax us, by those environmental groups that want to corral us into their idea of where we should live and what their utopia is. And that keeps coming back to the carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, and that they believe, some believe actually is the greatest existential threat to the U.S. and to mankind. And I just have to continue to point out to folks that or hear this and they're scared into it. You know, I mean, the government does a good job and the media a good job of scaring people into things, like a good percentage of the COVID situation and then climate. So what are we talking about here? Well, here's my handy chart. In the yellow you see, and when I ask people, what percent of the atmosphere is CO2? You're hearing all this hype. I even ask it in committee hearings where we have expert panelists come and telling us about how they think we should shift our vehicles, you know, even trucks and trains to all electric, things like that. Experts, they already know the number. So, you know, it makes me wonder, what's the baseline we're working from and what are the goals going to be? And if you don't even know what the baseline is, how the heck do you set a goal? So here in yellow, again, when I ask people, they think, wow, man, it must be somewhere between 20, 50, 70%, right? No, it's here on the chart, we show that the yellow portion, our nitrogen in the atmosphere is 78%, nitrogen gas. Number 2, oxygen, 21%. Well, that's 99% right there. Oh, okay, third place, right? Well, third place is argon gas, right there in that skinny sliver of green. That's 0.93%. Then you finally come in amongst trace gases here and here, the remaining portion of 0.07%. CO2 is contained in that. So the number, and take this away, 0.04% of the atmosphere is CO2. So it's not this existential threat as pronounced by those that want to regulate you and control where you go, how you drive, even so far as to what you eat. You know, banning on cattle, banning on beef. Well, there's actually less beef and dairy cattle in North America than there was buffalo before the European intervention happened, 300 or 400 years ago. So a lot of misnomers are put out, just flat out lies and deceit about this in order for government to control things. So given a small fraction, trying to attribute major climate shifts to CO2 is really disproportionate and deceptive. So beyond current levels, additional CO2 has a negligible impact on global temperatures. Water vapor is the primary so-called greenhouse gas, accounting for most of whatever greenhouse effect we do have. Its immediate and powerful feedback effects overshadow CO2's influence on whatever level of warming we may be having. Earth's history shows significantly higher CO2 levels back then, even going as far back as the Jurassic period, without catastrophic warming. Ecosystems flourished with abundant plant and animal life. Climate models often overemphasize CO2's role while ignoring key natural drivers like solar activity and ocean currents and other factors. The medieval warm period occurred without significant human CO2 emissions, from the industrial age that everybody seems to criticize from that side of the aisle, which highlight natural variability in our climate. CO2 is vital for photosynthesis, which is a process of plants growing and producing, the process through which plants convert sunlight into energy, releasing oxygen as a byproduct, and also in the process of growing food that we consume. Without CO2, without carbon, we are all carbon-based. Without it, life on Earth would actually not exist. So let's say we're really too good at reducing that level of carbon dioxide from 0.04% to somewhere around 0.02%. Plant life starts dying off. Now, I don't think we can be that good at reducing CO2 to get down to that level, and maybe the sanity would prevail. We would stop reducing it at that point, but that's what we're talking about. So plant growth is actually boosted by CO2. You've seen hothouses, greenhouses, et cetera. They'll introduce extra CO2 and it'll speed plant growth so they can get more crop or better, stronger plants. Satellite imagery shows that the increase of CO2 has contributed to a greening of the planet, with the vegetation cover expanding in many regions. We all like green, right? Forests and grasslands, which rely on CO2, play a crucial role in supporting biodiversity and absorbing other environmental pollutants that may occur. Elevated CO2 levels in controlled ag environments, such as greenhouses, as I mentioned, are intentionally increased in those greenhouses to enhance our productivity. Yet we have schemes by CARB in California, EPA, to take away our vehicles, take away our lawnmowers, take away our leaf blowers, and make us all fit some narrative. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer is offered by Chaplain Kibbing.
Would you pray with me? Creator God, to whom the earth belongs and everything in it. In your time, you founded it on the seas and established it on the waters. And so we ask that you take this day and our lives into your keeping. Direct our energies to seek your will. Instruct our minds to understand your precepts. Sustain our will and motivation that we would prove faithful in our service to you. Make this day a day of obedience to you and not to our own desires. May it be a day of spiritual joy as we yield to your design for peace. Make this day's work contribute to the work of your kingdom, that at the day's end, you would be glorified. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal from the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. So what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lions Club International for its historic year of service. Lions Club International is the largest service club organization in the world. More than 1.4 million members and over 48,000 clubs serve in 200 countries and geographic areas worldwide. Since 1917, Lions have strengthened local communities through hands-on service and humanitarian projects. They focus on supporting vision, the environment, childhood cancer, hunger, diabetes, and other pressing humanitarian needs to help address some of humanity's biggest challenges. From July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, Lions helped more than 420 million people worldwide. Over the past year, Lions engaged in more than 1.6 million service projects, a 4% increase over the year prior, inducted nearly 150,000 new members, an 8% increase from the previous year, and awarded more than 1,500 grants totaling $46.4 million, helping millions of people in need globally. As co-chair of the Service Organization Caucus, I applaud Lions Club International's commitment to making our communities better and brighter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
So what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to rise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart as we have witnessed the devastating impact of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. These storms have wreaked havoc, homes lost, businesses destroyed, and lives upended. Tragically, over 200 people killed, and the damage is estimated to be as much as $300 billion. During this dark moment, we've seen the incredible resilience of the people across the Southeast. Our brothers and sisters in Western North Carolina are strong, united, and determined to rebuild. However, we cannot wait any longer. Our communities need help now. Congress must act swiftly and pass a supplemental appropriations bill. We must ensure federal resources are made available quickly and efficiently to support recovery efforts, whether for temporary housing, debris removal, or rebuilding infrastructure. Together, we will encourage for us to continue to move forward, to remain strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for one moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the importance of the Virgin Islands Supreme Court, the highest court in the Virgin Islands of the United States. As a member of the bar of both New York and the Virgin Islands, as a former prosecutor and a former political appointee at the Justice Department, I understand how important our courts are. I congratulate Associate Justice Harold Willox on his recent investiture to the Virgin Islands Supreme Court. He boasts a distinguished career of more than 40 years as a jurist, as both a prosecutor and public defender, and served in multiple roles within the Virgin Islands Superior Court. I want to thank the Supreme Court for their continued commitment to making decisions in the strictest fidelity to justice. The independence of our courts has never been more critical. Democracy relies upon the judicial independence and the ability to deliver impartial, prompt decisions in accordance with the rule of law. We must keep our courts free from political influence or pressures to ensure our judges can make decisions solely on the law and the facts of a case. The integrity of the courts will determine the future of our nation. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to call of the Chair.
Will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5536 as amended.
The clerk shall report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5536, a bill to require transparency in notices of funding opportunity and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, before serving in Congress, I served in the South Carolina State Legislature. And now here in Washington, I'm passionate about ensuring that state, local, and federal governments all work together and work together well. During my time in office, I've heard from many of our local governments, and particularly in my district in those rural communities, that applying for federal grant money can be a complicated and often confusing process. In big cities, you often have professional staff that do this. In a small town, it is the mayor or his spouse that is doing this. After putting time and effort into filling out a competitive grant application, applicants are left wondering why they were not chosen to be awarded federal grant money, especially if they met all the criteria listed when applying. This leads to grant applicants feeling as though their decisions are made behind closed doors. I think we can all agree that navigating the bureaucratic labyrinth known as Washington, D.C. can be complicated for local governments and for organizations. Grant writers and applicant staff may even be unaware of which selection criteria are weighted more heavily when filling out applications. The Grant Transparency Act requires federal government agencies to shine a light on their decision-making process when awarding federal grant competitive money. With this legislation, federal government agencies would be required to disclose their selection methods when awarding competitive grants. Specifically, the bill requires that notice of funding opportunities for all federal competitive grants to have, 1, a description of any rating system, evaluation, and selection criteria the agency uses to assess the grant application, 2, a statement on whether the agency uses a weighted scoring method and a description of that method, and 3, any other qualitative or quantitative merit-based approach the agency may use to evaluate applications. State and local governments across South Carolina's 7th Congressional District and nationwide compete for federal grant money on a continual basis. Federal grant money allows investment to come to our communities and improve the daily lives of our constituents, ranging from sewer and wastewater systems to airports, fire stations, and recreational facilities. These are all things that Americans rely on and utilize in their daily lives. The Grant Transparency Act would help out our local governments and organizations when they fill out applications to complete or compete for that funding. They deserve this transparency from their federal government. So today, let's empower grant applicants to put their best foot forward and bring those federal dollars home. I want to thank my Oversight Committee colleague Jasmine Crockett for co-leading on this bill. This simple bill has the potential to make a very meaningful impact in countless communities and nonprofits nationwide. I urge my colleagues to support this straightforward bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5536 and applaud Representatives Fry and Jasmine Crockett for their bipartisan leadership on this bill. H.R. 5536 aims to increase transparency in the federal grant-making review and award process. It does so by strengthening agency compliance with Title II of the Code of Federal Regulations, which describes the contents that notices of funding opportunities must include. It requires that each notice of funding opportunity for a competitive federal grant to include specific information about how applications will be assessed, providing all applicants with greater access to the information they need to submit competitive applications. The Biden-Harris administration has taken important steps to strengthen transparency in and improve accessibility to the federal grant-making process. For example, in April 2024, the Office of Management and Budget announced significant updates to the Uniform Grants Guidance, which governs how agencies make grants and provide other forms of financial assistance. The updates focused on reducing compliance costs, removing barriers to entry and accessibility, and making federal funds easier to track. H.R. 5536 is aligned with these goals, and I urge my colleagues to support it today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense and bipartisan bill to make the application process for competitive grants much more transparent on our local governments and our nonprofits. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back as the gentlewoman prepares to close.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5536? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5658 as amended.
The clerk shall report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5658, a bill to amend Title 39, United States Code to require mail-in ballots to use the Postal Service barcode service and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5658, the Vote by Mail Tracking Act. Every American citizen who votes deserves to know that their vote has been counted and their voice has been heard. This bill, the Vote by Mail Tracking Act, would ensure that this is the case. H.R. 5658 requires that all ballots for federal election mailed within the United States to or from a voter contain a post-service barcode. This barcode would allow voters to track the status of their ballot in the United States Postal Service system, allowing voters to know in real time when their ballot is received by the Postal Service, when it is in transit, and when it has arrived at their election authority. Beyond a Postal Service barcode, under the bill, the ballot must meet other requirements, including utilizing Postal Service's envelope design standards. Additionally, the ballot must include the official election mail logo or any future logo the Postal Service establishes for ballots. While I encourage every citizen who wishes to vote in person on Election Day to do so, many states have adopted vote-by-mail policies. We must take the integrity of our elections seriously and account for the fact that a significant number of Americans choose to cast their ballots by mail. This bill is common sense, bipartisan response to rising level of mail-in voting nationwide, and will put in place requirements to ensure that the U.S. Postal Service can more efficiently handle and more transparently track the mail ballots of every American citizen. I want to thank my colleagues, Representatives Porter, Donalds, and Mace, for their work on this important legislation. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Regardless of party affiliation, every voting American wants to be confident that their ballot will get processed. No matter who we vote for, we all want our ballots to get smoothly to their final destination on time to be counted. After all, this desire applies to anything important that we want processed. When was the last time anyone here sent a family heirloom through the mail to their relative without getting a tracking number? And who hasn't tracked an order of clothing or medicine at least once? I don't know about you, but for me, it's comforting to know what city my new shoes are in when they're being shipped so they know they're truly on the way. Ballots are so much more important than shoes. When something is important to us, we all want to know it's in good hands, and our ballots are no exception. Fortunately, the United States Postal Service created a tracking barcode for mail-in ballots. But unfortunately, right now, not everyone gets to use ballot envelopes that meet the Postal Service design requirements. That's why I joined Republican Representatives Byron Donalds and Nancy Mace in introducing the Vote by Mail Tracking Act to fix that problem. Under this nonpartisan bill, every ballot envelope will meet Postal Service standards and get a tracking barcode. Voters of all political stripes can have confidence that their ballot is accounted for along the journey to our election officials. This common sense modernization can improve transparency and trust in our elections for Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike. And that's exactly why this bill is led by 10 Republicans and 10 Democrats who represent every major ideological caucus in the House. That includes both Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin. Two people named Jamie who couldn't be more different, but both co-sponsor this bill. Folks, it just doesn't get more bipartisan than this bill. These days, it can be hard enough just to get Democrats to agree with Democrats and Republicans to agree with Republicans in this Congress, let alone to have conservatives, moderates, progressives, and members somewhere in between all teaming up to back legislation. Yet the Vote by Mail Tracking Act has support from every corner of the House because it's not partisan. It's just good policy. If the shipment carrying Christmas presents that I order online is trackable, then we should certainly all expect something as valuable and as sacred as our ballots to be trackable too. And this bill doesn't just make things more streamlined for the American people, it also makes processing easier and more efficient for the Postal Service, reducing its burden and making efficient use of taxpayer dollars. I want to thank all of my colleagues who co-sponsored this legislation and unanimously voted to advance it out of the Oversight Committee. A special thank you to Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and their staff for their work on this bill. The Vote by Mail Tracking Act is truly a reflection that it is still possible, even in this political moment, to find consensus in Washington and come together on real solutions. I urge every single member of this body to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 5658, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bipartisan common sense bill that will help further build trust in the American federal elections in the future. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5658 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes.
These are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceeding of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 825 as amended.
The clerk shall report the title of the bill.
H.R. 825, a bill to prohibit contracting with persons that have business operations with the Maduro regime and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of Venezuela have faced years of repression. Political persecution, human rights abuses, and press censorship are all commonplace under the brutal, illegitimate, and anti-American regime of Nicolas Maduro, a regime closely allied with Russia, Iran, Cuba, and the People's Republic of China. The American government should always stand in solidarity with the long-suffering people of Venezuela and against the Maduro dictatorship. Part of that solidarity should be to ensure that Maduro regime is denied any resources that will allow it to continue the oppression of its own citizenry. This past July, Maduro and his representatives falsely claimed victory in Venezuela's presidential election. Maduro has since been accused of intimidating and repressing his opposition in order to cling to power. And a couple of months ago, on September 12th, the United States sanctioned 16 of Nicolas Maduro's allies in response to accusations that they engage in human rights abuses and election obstruction. While not all of Maduro's allies will be subject to sanction, the money of hardworking U.S. taxpayers should not ultimately find its way to those who support the regime of a ruthless dictator. H.R. 825 is straightforward. It requires federal agencies to ensure that they are not contracting with any entity that conducts significant business operations with Maduro and his allies. That said, it also includes appropriate exceptions, such as situations of national security for the purposes of providing humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, and other urgent life-saving measures, or to carry out non-combatant evacuations. This is not a new concept to the U.S. Congress. In the fiscal year 2020, NDAA contained a provision, Section 890, that prohibited the Pentagon from entering into contracts with companies that also have contracts with any Venezuelan government entity under Maduro's control. As with H.R. 825, there are waivers for contracts related to providing humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, among other exceptions. The Bolivar Act would extend the prohibitions under Section 890 to the rest of the federal government. I support the Bolivar Act and want to thank my colleagues on the committee, Representative Mike Waltz and Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, for leading this bill. I ask that all of my colleagues support H.R. 825, a measured response and a most timely piece of legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
The Bolivar Act would temporarily prohibit executive agencies from entering into contracts for the procurement of goods or services with any person or business that they determine, with the concurrence of the Department of State, knowingly engages in significant business operations with the Maduro regime in Venezuela. The bill goes on to list certain exceptions, including contracts vital to U.S. national security or necessary for the purposes of providing humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, or other urgent life-saving measures, or to carry out non-combatant evacuations. I certainly understand the motivation behind this bill. The Maduro regime's blatant disregard of the recent election results in Venezuela is a violation of international law and has left the regime more isolated than ever. I know that the administration has some concerns about this bill. However, the Department of Defense, which conducts almost 2/3 of federal procurement, has had a policy in place like the Bolivar Act for 2 years now. I thank the majority for working with us to address some of those concerns in the bill before us today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman's prepared to close. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill to ensure that federal agencies contracting with any entity that conducts business with the Maduro dictatorship and its allies, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 825 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S3126, the Mark R. Place Act.
The clerk shall report the title of the bill.
Senate 3126, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to furnish or replace a headstone, marker, or medallion for the grave of an eligible Medal of Honor recipient, regardless of the recipient's dates of service in the armed forces and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S3126.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S3126. This bill was introduced by Senator Braun, and I want to thank my friend, Representative Luttrell. He's the chairman of the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs, for leading the House companion bill to this important bill. The Mark Our Place Act would ensure that every Medal of Honor recipient is properly honored where they have been laid to rest. Under current law, only Medal of Honor recipients who served on or after April 6, 1917, can receive a headstone, grave marker, or medallion that reflects the Medal of Honor status. S3126 would remove that unjust date limitation, and it should go without saying that every Medal of Honor recipient's story of service should be displayed on their headstone, should their family wish to do so. The Medal of Honor is our nation's highest military award. It is reserved for service members who have demonstrated extraordinary bravery and self-sacrifice in combat. Over 2,000 service members were awarded Medals of Honor before April 6, 1917, and this bill would ensure that they are all recognized for their bravery. I urge all of my colleagues to support S3126, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
With objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of S3126, the Mark Our Place Act. I thank Senator Mike Braun for introducing this bill and Representative Morgan Luttrell for introducing the House companion. This bill authorizes the Department of Veterans Affairs to furnish a headstone, marker, or medallion signifying the status of a deceased member of the armed forces as a Medal of Honor recipient, regardless of when the member served. In spite of what the President-elect may think, the Medal of Honor is the highest award for valor in action against the enemy force that can be bestowed upon an individual serving in the armed forces of the United States. And since 1976, VA has provided distinctive government-furnished headstones and markers for Medal of Honor recipients to recognize this prestigious honor. Under current law, only Medal of Honor recipients who served after 1917 are eligible for such markers, meaning many recipients, principally from the Civil War era, have not been able to receive the full array of honors from VA. This bill will remedy that situation and allow descendants of those recipients who served prior to 1917 to request appropriate markers to honor their loved one. I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to my good friend and the chairman of the DAMA Committee, Representative Morgan Luttrell from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Boss. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to be here today to speak on S3126, the Mark Our Places Act. I was proud to lead the House Companion Bill, H.R. 6507. Under current law, VA is only authorized to furnish or replace a headstone, grave marker, or medallion for only those Medal of Honor recipients who served on or after April 6, 1917. The Mark Our Place Act would remove unnecessary red tape that prohibits the VA from providing headstones with Medal of Honor markers to veterans buried in private cemeteries. These veterans have risked everything to protect our freedoms, and honoring their service and sacrifices should be timeless. We must ensure that every recipient of our nation's highest military decoration is recognized for their heroism. I'd like to thank Senator Braun, Chairman Boss, and Ranking Member Takana. I urge my colleagues to support S. 3126, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support S. 3126, the Mark Our Place Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I encourage members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3126? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 2181, the Keeping Military Families Together Act of 2024, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2181, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to repeal the sunset on entitlement to memorial headstones and markers for commemoration of veterans and certain individuals, and to repeal the sunset on authority to bury remains of certain spouses and children in national cemeteries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S. 2181 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 2181 as amended. This bill was introduced by Senator Peters and my colleagues, Representative James and Representatives Rossenthaler, introduced companion bills. This bill ensures that veterans can be laid to rest and mourn together with their spouses and children. Under current law, VA can inter certain family members together with their veteran loved one in a VA national cemetery only if those family members passed away before September 30th, 2025. VA can provide headstones or markers for certain family members whose remains are unavailable for burial only if they pass away before September 30th, 2025. S. 2181 as amended would extend those dates limitations. As a veteran myself, it is a deeply personal issue to me. We must ensure that veterans and their families have the option of being laid to rest together. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support S. 2181 as amended. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 2181 as amended, the Keeping Military Families Together Act. I thank Senator Gary Peters for introducing this bill and Representative Chris Pappas, ranking member of the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, for introducing similar legislation in the House. This bill extends 2 Department of Veterans Affairs burial benefits provided to spouses and dependent children of veterans or active duty service members. Specifically, the bill requires VA to provide memorial headstones or markers for spouses or dependent children of veterans and service members who were serving on active duty at the time of the spouse's or child's death. Additionally, the bill authorizes burial in any open national cemetery under the control of the National Cemetery Administration for a spouse or dependent child of veterans or service members who were serving on active duty at the time of the spouse's or child's death. Madam Speaker, these burial authorities were set to expire at the end of October, and many families would have been faced with extremely difficult decisions about where to inter their loved ones. Thankfully, we were able to extend these authorities for an additional year and the most recent continuing resolution. However, families of veterans need more certainty. And while I'm disappointed that we couldn't extend these authorities permanently, as Senator Peters and Ranking Member Pappas had originally intended, the additional 7 years presented in this bill will allow for will still allow for some time, for some long-term end-of-life planning for many families. I do support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support S-2181 as amended, the Keeping Military Families Together Act. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, once again, I encourage the members, all members, to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2181 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
So,
the gentleman will suspend.
Excuse me, where were we?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7653, the Veterans Employment Readiness Yield Act of 2024.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7653, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to update certain terminology regarding veteran employment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 7653.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7653, offered by my colleague, Representative Don Davis of North Carolina. The very act would strike the term employment handicap from the law and authorize the veterans' readiness and employment and replace it with the term employment barrier. This term is used in the law to describe participants who are eligible and entitled to receive benefits and services. The bill is a simple fix that would remove the negative view of the term handicap and replace it with a more positive word. This Congress, VA has made significant mistakes that have damaged their relationship with veterans, and it is our job as Congress to help VA rebuild trust with our veterans. While the new Trump administration has many issues to fix that were created by the current administration, this change is a step in the right direction. This Congress, the Republican majority, was worked hard to improve the VR&E program. Now, when we have put the VA's feet to the fire to ensure that veterans are put first when using the VR&E program. Representative Davis's bill takes a step in the right direction to do exactly that. We must continue to break down barriers to level the playing field for veterans seeking employment. I thank the VFW and the DAV for supporting this bill. I also recognize the work of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7653, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, indeed, this time I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7653, the Veterans Employment Readiness Act of 2024, introduced by my good friend, Representative Don Davis. The Veteran Readiness and Employment Act, or VR&E program, offers vital services to help veterans and service members with service-connected disabilities and those determined to have an employment handicap prepare for, find, and maintain suitable employment or live more independently. This bill would replace the terms employment handicap and serious employment handicap with the terms employment barrier and serious employment barrier. Historically, the term handicap has been associated with disadvantage or burden, which does not accurately reflect our veteran population. By making this change, we acknowledge the challenges that veterans with service-connected disabilities often face in the job market. Eliminating the stigma associated with these disabilities will encourage more veterans to participate in the VR&E program, ultimately assisting them in preparing for and securing meaningful employment. The Department of Veterans Affairs requested this change, which has bipartisan support and incurs no cost. I want to thank Mr. Davis for his work on veterans issues during his first term in office. I'm proud of his work to open doors at VA for more veterans so they may access the benefits they have earned through their service. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close it, but I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois or California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now would like to yield such time as he may consume to my good friend and also a veteran who is a member of the House Agriculture Committee and House Armed Services Committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Donald Davis.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the ranking member and the chair. I rise in support of H.R. 7653, the Veterans Employment Readiness Yield Act. On behalf of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District veterans, which I'm proud to represent, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation. I thank Congressman Siskimani in particular, who co-led the bill with me, the House Veterans Affairs Committee for moving it forward. Also, the Disabled American Veterans and Paralyzed Veterans of America for endorsing this legislation. H.R. 7653 amends terminology in the Veteran Readiness Employment Program to replace the term employment handicap with employment barrier and the term serious employment handicap with serious employment barrier, while leaving the definitions unchanged. The Veteran Readiness Employment Program helps former service members find jobs and ensure the mental and financial well-being. Updating the terminology will improve efficiency and encourage disabled veterans to use the VRE program. No veteran should have any discomfort advocating for themselves and seeking help for their service-connected disabilities. We will not stop fighting until every disabled veteran has what they need to get the assistance that they deserve and have earned. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close. I reserve.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support H.R. 7653, the Veterans Employment Readiness Act of 2024, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, once again, I encourage members to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7653 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7653? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8371 as amended. The Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8371, a bill to make certain improvements in the laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 8371 as amended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Before I begin, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an exchange of letters between myself and Chairman Westerman of the Committee on Natural Resources and an exchange of letters between myself and Chairman Rogers of the Committee on Armed Services.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8371 as amended, offered by my friend and colleague, Representative Siskimani from Arizona. For nearly the entire 118th Congress, the House and Senate committees on Veterans Affairs have worked together to develop a bipartisan package of common sense proposals. The Dole Act is a result of that work and would enhance, reform, and modernize nearly every part of the VA. Specifically, the Dole Act would change the landscape for elderly veterans and finally give them a choice in where they choose to live out their sunset years. Reform VA's homeless programs to embrace data and help lift veterans out of homelessness permanently. Expand non-traditional education and employment programs like Vet Tech to allow even more students to receive the training they need to land high-paying tech jobs. Protect the Mission Act to ensure that veterans have access to timely health care they want and where they want it. Cut red tape for schools and allowing students using the GI Bill to use their benefits. And so much more. Simply put, the Dole Act would help deliver on the promises we have made to the veterans and their families. Madam Speaker, some of the provisions in the Dole Act would quite literally save veterans' lives. Since COVID, homeless prevention providers haven't been able to keep pace with rising costs and help as many veterans as they would like. The Dole Act would fix that. Veterans across the country are having their health care restricted by VA bureaucracy who think they get to decide where veterans should get their health care. The Dole Act would fix that. The Dole Act would rightfully make sure that a VA bureaucracy cannot veto a doctor's medical decisions. Under current law, veterans' caregivers have limited options on where they can get mental health support services. The Dole Act would not only fix that, but would expand the reach where you can reach these services. Now, right now, only veterans who pass away at a VA facility are allowed burial or funeral allowances. The Dole Act will fix that. Speaker, there are a lot of good things in this bill, and it's past time for us to send it to the President's desk before it's too late. I want to thank the over 50 veteran service organizations that have advocated and their organizations and stakeholders from every corner of this country for their support of the Dole Act, and I want to thank them for that. Their advocacy and work in collaborating with the House and the Senate VA committees has finally brought this bill to the finish line. I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record 2 letters of support from these organizations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I think we could and should have been able to pass this bill months ago, I am pleased to be here today. I know that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle took issue with some provisions in the Dole Act due to a disagreement on the provision's intent. The provision that they were opposing only affected about 6% of the VA's current community referrals. This provision would rightfully make sure that VA bureaucracy cannot veto a doctor's medical decisions. Veterans groups understand this, and that is why they support this bill from the start and without reservation. Thanks to the hard work of these groups pushing members to do the right thing, we have come to a compromise on the language before us today. I think it is obvious to everyone that our veterans and their families simply can't wait. Before I reserve my time, I would like to thank Representative Siscomani and dozens of members that have have provisions in this bill. And I am so happy to have members like Representative Siscomani on our team. I would also like to thank my friend, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, for bringing the Dole Act to the floor. He has reaffirmed his and the rest of the House Republicans' commitment to veterans, service members, and their families. And last, and certainly not least, I want to personally thank my friend and recent Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient, this bill's namesake, Senator Elizabeth Dole, for working for months to get this bill to where it is today. Our nation's veterans have no better friend than Senator Dole, and I'm honored that she is with us here today. Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the American people voted us a mandate to fix problems they talked about at their kitchen tables and affect their families and communities every single day. The Dole Act is the foundation for that work to begin for the veterans community. I urge my colleagues to do right by the veterans and support the bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8371 as amended, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act. This omnibus package of veterans legislation isn't perfect. Such packages rarely are. However, it achieves progress on many of the goals we set out to accomplish at the beginning of the 118th Congress. The backbone of this bill is legislation that was originally introduced by my colleague, Julia Brownley, the ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Health. Representative Brownley has worked tirelessly for nearly 3 years to pass the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act, H.R. 542. This bill will enable veterans to remain at home, safely age in place, and avoid or delay admission to nursing homes and other costly institutional settings of care by expanding veterans' access to home and community-based services such as home health aides. This legislation will also help connect veterans' caregivers to respite care and other support services that help them care for veterans at home. Further, it will help improve VA's coordination with other federal long-term care programs that promote aging at home. So I'm very thankful to my colleague and her important work, Julia Brownley, but I know she worked very closely with Senator Elizabeth Dole, and Senator Dole has risen to an amazing stature in our country, and I'm so proud that she is also here in this chamber with us today, as the chairman mentioned. And I hope someone will get her a blanket because it is so dang cold in this chamber that I don't want her to freeze up there. This legislation is an investment in care for millions of veterans and current service members who need this help now and in the future. And despite the great need for this bill, it has been an uphill battle to get it passed. This chamber had an opportunity almost a year ago to pass the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act as a standalone bill. Unfortunately, House Republicans decided to bring a version to the floor they knew the Senate wouldn't pass. And why would they do that, you may ask? Well, because they decided to hold the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act and other bipartisan policy priorities hostage, attempting to use them as leverage to achieve their goal of outsourcing more VA care to for-profit health care providers. The Democratic caucus stood firmly against these efforts. It can be difficult and isolating to stand on policy principles, but I will always do so when the future of veterans' health care is on the line. And it is. The system is already straining, and if we don't take real and serious action, it will break. House Republicans attempted nearly for a year to use H.R. 8371 to advance harmful provisions that would have undermined health care directly provided by VA, driving veterans to for-profit, lower-quality care from contracted providers. We want VA to remain a strong provider of care instead of diminishing it to nothing more than an insurance company where profits are prioritized over outcomes for veterans. Madam Speaker, if we've learned anything during the 118th Congress, it is that anything meaningful that we have accomplished has been done on a bipartisan basis with Democratic votes. It should never have taken this long to get here, but last week we successfully negotiated a compromise on the most objectionable provision of H.R. 8371, which will preserve VA health care for current and future generations of veterans. Unfortunately, in the year it took to get to this point, House Republicans also held hostage critical legislation to help homeless veterans. In December 2023, my colleagues in the majority knowingly and intentionally took a flawed version of the HOME Act, which includes 2 Democratic-led bills, to the House floor to use these provisions as leverage in negotiations for this package. They used homeless veterans as political pawns in the same way that they did with elderly and disabled veterans and their caregivers. Meanwhile, VA and its community partners continued doing the hard work to help veterans experiencing homelessness. On Veterans Day, VA announced that veteran homelessness dropped to its lowest level on record, and that VA had helped place nearly 48,000 veterans into permanent housing in 2024. And while I celebrate VA's success in addressing this issue, there are still nearly 300,000 veterans who interact with VA's homelessness programs each year. We must continue investing resources into these programs and into our communities to ensure that every veteran has a stable place to call home. We hope the next administration will continue this work and adhere to the models that have proven effective, like Housing First. Therefore, the second pillar of this legislation supports our shared goal of ending veteran homelessness. H.R. 8371 includes provisions from Congresswoman Williams' H.R. 491, the Return Home to Housing Act, and Congresswoman Sheriff McCormick's H.R. 645, the Healthy Foundations for Homeless Veterans Act. These provisions will provide direct investments in communities across the country as they move veterans from the streets into stable housing. Now, during the pandemic, VA used authorities contained in Representative Williams' bill to enhance the services that traditional housing providers could offer to veterans through an increased per diem reimbursement rate. It used the flexible authorities in Representative Sheriff McCormick's bill to save lives by bringing veterans out of unsafe living conditions into stable, permanent housing and meeting their basic needs of food, shelter, and clothing. It also ensured homeless veterans had the transportation needed to get to and from medical appointments and job interviews. These long overdue reauthorizations will ensure VA and its community partners can continue to address the veteran homelessness crisis in this country with the urgency and focus it deserves. Now, there is still more work to do to get every veteran into housing, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in Congress to provide HUD, VA, and communities across the country the support they need to end veteran homelessness. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge several Democratic members who have contributed to the drafting of this package. Representatives Mike Levin, Don Davis, Alyssa Slotkin, Frank Mervan, Dean Phillips, Morgan McGarvey, Chris Pappas, and Lauren Underwood all have provisions in their own bills included in this package. Many of them are or have been members of our committee, and their commitment to serving veterans continues with our work here today. Among other things, these provisions will increase outreach to veterans about their eligibility for benefits, mandate training for VA employees on reporting wrongdoing to the Inspector General, and remove statutory restrictions on the qualifications of senior leaders within the Veterans Health Administration. Madam Speaker, that does not mean this bill is perfect, and I would like to stress my objection once again to the backwards practice of the majority to offset discretionary spending along with mandatory spending in every bill. This means taxpayers will be paying for these programs twice, and many remaining legislative priorities from the VSOs who are with us here today are at risk of being left undone next Congress unless when we must unnecessarily waste our limited offsets in order to advance this legislation. Also missing from this package is a strong piece of bipartisan, bicameral, good government legislation that would have installed much-needed guardrails on VA's electronic health record modernization project. It is no secret that the Oracle-driven modernization effort has struggled at VA. The program is woefully behind schedule and is only operational at 6 of the 172 medical centers. I'm not convinced the system is fully functional, The EHR Program Reset Act, which would have required minimum operational criteria to be met before Oracle could be deployed to any further facilities, which would have prevented many of the current problems. Further, this key legislation would have improved coordination with the Department of Defense and instituted major contracting and acquisition reforms over VA's IT modernization efforts that are long overdue. Unfortunately, Reset was stripped from the package, which is not surprising given the army of lobbyists that Oracle unleashed to kill it. That said, I would like to thank the Veteran Service Organization community and other stakeholders whose tireless efforts and refusal to compromise their values proved critical in finally getting our Republican majority back to the negotiating table to reach a compromise on H.R. 8371 last week. As we saw with the passage of the PACT Act, we know good things can be accomplished when VSOs are unified and committed to doing the right thing. I'm glad that House Democrats also held firm to our values in negotiations and fought to preserve VA health care for current and future generations of veterans. This package has taken more than a year to get to the finish line, but I'm pleased that we as a caucus will be able to support passage on this compromise today. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair reminds members that the rules do not permit members to refer to persons in the gallery. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, General Jack Berkman.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8371. This important bill package will strengthen VA community care, streamline the disability benefits process, and improve oversight and accountability at VA. Its consideration here today is the culmination of months of committee work, negotiation, and fine-tuning on behalf of our nation's veterans. Included in this package is language from the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act of 2023, which will improve support for aging veterans and their caregivers. I was proud to join Congresswoman Brownley in introducing the bill last year, and I'm proud to support this larger bill package as a veteran, as a member of the House VA Committee. While I could fill an hour of time discussing this and the many other important reforms of this bill, I'd like to focus on a relatively small provision that exemplifies the good advocacy and policymaking that often goes unnoticed by the media. Gerald's Law, which I was originally introduced it as H.R. 234, named after Gerald Elliott, a U.S. Army veteran and a resident of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan in my district. Jerry passed away in 2019 while receiving VA hospice care at his home. Following his death, Jerry's family discovered that even though he received hospice care through the VA, the fact that he received this care at home meant his family did not qualify for burial benefits after his death. I was made aware of this injustice by Deese Formolo, the veteran service officer who was assisting Jerry's family. Her advocacy led me to create Gerald's Law, a bill to fix this legislative oversight and ensure that no veteran will have to worry about losing his VA benefits for their family when choosing to spend their last days in the comfort of their home. I'm grateful for the inclusion of Gerald's Law in this package, and I'd like to thank Chairman Bost and the VA committee staff for their tireless work getting this across the finish line. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8371, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Health, Ranking Member Julia Brownley from the great state of California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act. As you know, last week on Veterans Day, many of us attended events in our congressional districts to commemorate Veterans Day and to honor the men and women who have served our nation in uniform. As members of Congress on Veterans Day, we recognize every man and woman who has answered the call to duty. In fact, it's been nearly a century since Veterans Day was first established as a federal holiday in 1938. While celebrating Veterans Day is an important tradition, we also owe our nation's veterans more than words of thanks. Our words ring hollow if we don't do our part to fulfill our nation's solemn promise to serve our veterans and their families as well as they have served our country. As you may know, access to long-term care is one of the biggest challenges facing our aging veteran population and the families who care for them. I have been working for several years now to address this need, working with former Senator Elizabeth Dole and Elizabeth Dole Foundation and veteran service organizations, and with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both houses of Congress. I was proud when the bill passed the House in November of 2023 with overwhelming bipartisan support. But it's been a year, and we simply cannot deny our veterans this crucial care any longer. We must get the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act across the finish line and signed into law. Passage of my legislation would be the most impactful change in VA long-term care in decades. It would also be one of the smartest. Currently, every veteran enrolled in VA has the right to nursing home care, if clinically eligible. But it's important to note that nursing homes are not where veterans want to live their golden years. They want to be at home with their families and in their communities. And it turns out care at home is also less expensive than institutionalized care. And probably most important of all, that health outcomes are far, far better by receiving care at home than it is in an institutionalized setting. As you all know too well, our healthcare system is facing a silver tsunami as baby boomers enter their later years. VA is not exempt from this tsunami, and immediate preparation is critical. Almost half of VA's patient population is over 65. Without fixing veteran home and community care in the next 15 years, VA will double its spending on institutionalized long-term care services, nearing $15 billion to meet these needs. Congress has a great deal of difficulty coming to agreement on most things, but we all agree that long-term care at home is better for our veterans, it's better for the VA, and it's better for our country. I am very proud to say my bill has been incorporated into the Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. The package before us also includes legislation that Senator Sanders and I have worked on to create a new pilot program to expand VA comprehensive dental care to veterans diagnosed with diabetes and other heart disease, as well as numerous bipartisan bicameral provisions to improve VA's benefits for veterans. I want to thank Chairman Bost and I want to thank Ranking Member Takano for your work to reach an agreement on this package that will help veterans all over the country by delivering the relief caregivers need and the relief that veterans need and what they have been advocating for. And I again thank the Senator Elizabeth Dole for her help and support in making this the perfect bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8371, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. As a veteran, physician, a caregiver myself, and a member of Congress actively addressing these issues, I witnessed firsthand the immense challenges that caregivers face, especially as our veteran population continues to age. Access to mental health services remains inconsistent, leaving many caregivers struggling to find the support they desperately need. The weight of caring for veterans with complex conditions can lead to significant stress, anxiety, and burnout. That's why it's crucial for us to pass this bill, which includes critical provisions to enhance and reform the delivery of care and services at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Among its key measures, this legislation expands access to home and community-based services, allowing aging veterans to receive care at home instead of at institutions. It also fully funds the VA's Vet Tech program, which provides high-tech career training for veterans with an 84% graduation rate and an average starting salary of over $66,000. This bill would also improve the timeliness and quality of care for veterans under community care, ensuring that medical records are returned more quickly and veterans receive the care they need in a timely manner. Additionally, it includes important provisions to help address veteran homelessness by increasing funding for services that assist veterans with transportation to medical, housing, and employment appointments. As a member of Congress and as Americans, we have a responsibility to care for those who bravely fought for our country. By advocating for meaningful solutions that genuinely support our veterans and their caregivers, we can take important steps towards improving the lives of our nation's heroes and those who care for them. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who is a member of the House Agriculture Committee and the House Armed Service Committee, a veteran himself, the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Don Davis.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8371, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act, which, among several provisions, includes the Veteran Caregiver Application Appeals Reform Act of 2023. As we recognize National Veterans and Military Families Month and National Family Caregivers Month, we must recommit ourselves to helping our nation's veterans and their caregivers, often the unsung heroes of the healthcare system. Support of the CARE Act does exactly that. We must always lend a helping hand to our veterans, their families, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8371. And I personally thank the chair and the ranking member for this great legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California reserves.
Yes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Representative Van Orten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8371, the Elizabeth Dole Act. I do this for 2 individuals in one group, the 2 individuals being Robert Francis Mulligan and Mary Jean Mulligan. My Uncle Bob and Aunt Mary Jean, who were both World War II veterans and members of the greatest generation, who unfortunately died in nursing homes in poor conditions because of the fact that they were not able to have funding through this act. And I'm very supportive of it. The group that I stand in strong support of today is our Gold Star families. When a member passes and their family members remain, that is not a mortgage, it's not a 30-year commitment, it's a lifetime commitment, and we have to do everything we possibly can that they can move on with their lives in memory of their loved ones that served our nation and allowed us to have this debate in freedom. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to our good friend, Representative from Texas, Representative Morgan Luttrell.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Boss. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to be here today to speak on H.R. 8371, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act. H.R. 8371 includes provisions from H.R. 4461, Modernizing Departments of Veterans Affairs Disability Benefits Questionnaire Act. Current practice does not require VA contractors who perform disability exams to submit disability benefits questionnaires, or DBQs, in a format that can be easily processed by VA claims automation software. This currently leads to backlogs and delays that could be avoided by submitting the DBQs based on a standard that computers can read. Computerizing the data is the key to helping our veterans, the VA process, adjudicate veterans' claims faster. The Modernization Department of Veterans Affairs Disability Benefits Questionnaires Act would improve these DBQs, which are a critical part of the disability compensation process. As the VA moves forward with automation, standardizing the DBQ data will be critical to timely and accurate claims processing. Our veterans who have sacrificed so much for our country deserve a system that works for them. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8371. I thank the chairman and the ranking member, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize for 2 minutes the chief sponsor of the bill from Arizona, Mr. Juan Siscamonte.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Boss, for yielding me time. I rise today in support of my legislation, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act, the flagship bipartisan, bicameral veterans package of the 118th Congress. Simply put, our veterans are our nation's heroes. When duty called, these brave men and women answered, risking life and limb in service to their fellow citizens. In my district, I organized a Veterans Advisory Council to hear directly from those who served about the unique challenges facing all of our veterans. As I continue to hear from our veterans, it's clear there's still work to be done to close the gaps in economic opportunity, care, and access to housing. This legislation encompasses a number of bipartisan and bicameral proposals to address veteran homelessness by increasing reimbursement rates to partner organizations, improve the delivery of health care by increasing coordination with providers and expanding access to home and community care, modernize the delivery of benefits by cutting red tape, and overall improvement the delivery of services for veterans, their families, and survivors. Specifically, I am proud that my bill includes a provision I have spearheaded to reauthorize and fund the Vet Tech program to cover costs for veterans seeking job training in high-tech industries. Currently, the program has an 84% graduation rate for the 12,000 veterans who already completed it. By reauthorizing this program, we are creating the same opportunity for thousands of more veterans to come. Additionally, I want to highlight that it authorizes appropriations for the Office of Women's Health at the VA to expand access for women to mobile mammography units and outreach. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to ensure we provide our veterans and their families with the support and benefits they earned through their service. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 30 seconds, if I can, to the representative from Nebraska, Representative Bacon.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I rise today in support of the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. 1% of Americans answer the call to defend our nation with "Send me," and we owe them a debt of gratitude. Our veterans should receive health care and benefits they have earned without having to battle the VA. The Dole Act expands economic opportunities, broadens non-traditional educational programs, and does so much for our veterans. Today, 6% of our nation are veterans. We owe them a debt of gratitude. So with that, with my 30 seconds of time, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to allow 1 minute for the gentleman from, and yield 1 minute to the representative from Indiana, Representative Baird.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Boss and Madam Speaker. I'm a decorated Army combat veteran who served in the Vietnam War. I know how well and how much the sacrifices our service members make to defend our nation. Access to timely health care for our veterans is mission critical for the VA, and failure to deliver is unacceptable. In 2014, the House Veterans Affairs Committee discovered that 40 veterans died while waiting for medical care. This is just one example. My bill, the VA Same-Day Scheduling Act, will ensure that no veteran is more than one phone call away from care that they've been promised. I'm encouraged that the spirit of the bill is included in the Elizabeth Dole Act, which requires a plan to get the VA to the same-day scheduling. This is a step in the right direction to fix that bureaucratic travesty. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois
Sure.
reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire of the chair for the amount of time?
The gentleman has 4.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Madam Speaker, I've said as much as I can about this important piece of legislation. What I'll finally say is I'm very glad that we've got here, and I want to thank the chairman that we spent all this time and we've reached a compromise. That's what we have to do in Congress, put our veterans and the people first. And I think the American people want to see more of this sort of thing happening. And let me just say that I'm very pleased that we could get this done before the Thanksgiving weekend. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 8371, the Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say a very special thank you to the ranking member, for the staff that has been involved in the negotiations back and forth, the Senate, all of our VSOs that came out, as I said in my opening, over 50 that have come out in support of this bill, and for the hard work and pushing forward that Senator Elizabeth Dole has pushed on this bill, and we're so glad that we can call it up tonight. And with that, I want to encourage all of my members to support H.R. 8371 as amended, the Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8371 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from...
I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman requests the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 8371 and H.R. 5658. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8371 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8371, a bill to make certain improvements in the laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Yep, good to go. On this vote, the yeas are 389, the nays are 9. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5658 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5658, a bill to amend Title 39 United States Code to require mail-in ballots to use the Postal Service barcode service and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 6. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. That's it.
The House will be in order. Will members please take the conversations outside? The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Brittany F. Mobley, who was named the 2024 National Distinguished Principal of Georgia. This award was administered by the National Association of Elementary School Principals National Distinguished Principals Program, an annual award that honors the exemplary leadership of principals across each state. In 2020, while educators across the country were facing challenges for remote teaching due to the pandemic, Mrs. Mobley was working to open her county's newest elementary school, Francis Meeks Elementary School. Francis Meeks resides in Richmond Hill, Georgia, and serves its students with unique learning experiences, such as the Elementary Agriculture Program that provides students with hands-on learning experiences pertaining to agriculture and creates long-standing community partnerships. Thanks to Dr. Mobley, the school boasts a 95% curriculum mastery rate and a growing number of students qualifying for its gifted programs. Congratulations to Dr. Mobley on this award, and we greatly appreciate the work she has dedicated to the students of Georgia's 1st Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks?
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to recognize and honor the tremendous work and lasting contributions made by Carm Basile, CEO of the Capital District Transportation Authority, as he retires from a 43-year career connecting our Capital Region communities. Starting at CDTA as a transportation planner in 1981, Carm steadily moved up the ranks with his signature determination to improve the lives of those he served. Through trials and tribulations, pandemic and recovery, Carm has spent the past 15 years growing and strengthening the authority in his role as CEO. From developing bus rapid transit lines, to starting Albany's first bike share program, to expanding services into Montgomery County, Carm has steadily guided CDTA into the 21st century. As Carm moves into the next chapter of his life, I thank him for keeping our Capital Region moving and moving forward. So, Carm, I pass on congratulations of the entire 20th District for a well-earned retirement. We wish you well. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The failure of border security under Biden-Harris has endangered every American family. President Donald Trump and House Republicans will secure the border and restore safety to American families. The final 2024 U.S. Customs and Border Protection report showed that since Biden, up to 16 million illegal aliens have entered America, as cited by Speaker Mike Johnson. Border czar Harris has put Americans at risk. Failure to remove 99% of illegal aliens released into the United States, 300,000 illegal crossings in 2023, the highest month in history. 14,000 convicted murderers entered into the United States. American families have spoken. President Donald Trump has nominated a proven border czar with Tom Homan to work and serve with Governor Kristi Noem as Secretary of Homeland Security. The Homan-Noem team means safety for American families. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstate existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, tonight I rise to honor the life of John Harry Crandall, who passed away on October 11th at the age of 86. A University of Toledo graduate, John began a long career in engineering at R.A. Finch, later joining the Lucas County Engineers Office, where he served for 30 years and even more. He was instrumental in work on the Millard Overpass, Dussel Drive Interchange, and Veterans Glass City Skyway. He helped rebuild our whole city. John, simply known as J.C. to friends and family, was a pragmatic voice of reason. He was never the loudest, but always knew how to solve problems. John served as president of both the Sylvania Area Joint Recreation District and the Sylvania Metro Hockey Association. He's also served on the board of Lourdes University, on the Sylvania School Board, and the Sylvania Township Board of Trustees. What a great American. Sylvania Mayor Craig Stow proclaimed June 18th as John Crandall Day in honor of his life of service. John was married to the love of his life, Sue, for more than 60 years. They were inseparable until her passing in May of this year. John is survived by their sons Bob, Dan, Matt, and Kevin, 8 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandson. May John's precious memory always bring them light and comfort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Corporal Paul Phelps. Corporal Phelps was 18 years old and working in the Baltimore shipping yards when he was drafted in the Army in 1943. He was sent to Fort Bragg in North Carolina for basic training before he was shipped to Massachusetts for infantry training. Corporal Phelps was assigned to the 7th Battalion of the 101st Airborne Division and was sent to Liverpool, England in May of 1944. He was promoted to a T5 corporal during the Siege of Bastogne and received a citation from President Roosevelt. Corporal Phelps received 4 battle stars from his time overseas, and even though he stared death in the face, Corporal Phelps said he doesn't consider himself to be a hero. Corporal Phelps married his high school sweetheart, Dorothy, and they were married for 54 glorious years before she passed away. They have 2 daughters, 5 grandchildren, and 8 great-grandchildren. Corporal Phelps lives in Knoxville and will turn 100 years old in early 2025. Corporal Phelps loves his country, and it's my honor to recognize Corporal Phelps as the Tennessee 2nd District November 2024 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of Jeremy Emmanuel Honey, a lifelong resident of Suffern, New York, who passed away in September at the age of 77. Jeremy was a U.S. Army veteran, serving proudly during the Vietnam War and at posts including West Point and Walter Reed Hospital. After his service, he dedicated his career to veterans at Montrose Veterans Hospital, earning recognition as Federal Employee of the Year from President Ronald Reagan in 1984. Jeremy's impact on his community was extraordinary. He volunteered as an EMT with the Ramapo Valley Ambulance Corps, established several veterans agencies in Rockland County where they had not been represented, and served as commander of the local Disabled American Veterans for over 20 years. His dedication earned him a place in the New York State Senate Veterans Hall of Fame in 2019. Jeremy's legacy extends beyond his accomplishments. A devoted husband, father, and grandfather, he was a man of compassion and selflessness, known for mentoring others and lifting up those who needed it most. He will be missed by all of our veterans and our broader Rockland County community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection. Recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks the National Apprentice Week, and I want to recognize the dedicated apprentices and those who are training them in my district in Northern California especially. Apprentices are a crucial way to good paying jobs that don't require a 4-year degree, allowing folks to earn while they learn. My district is home to the Quanta Services Northwest Lineman College, where over 750 apprentices were trained last year alone. Now, 1 in 5 students there happens to be a veteran, which speaks to the strong commitment to the service they have in our region and others. When hurricanes and wildfire and other disasters hit, linemen are often the first responders, working around the clock to get power back on for homes and businesses under very unfavorable conditions, such as in one case we had a very deep ice storm that knocked out power. Many of these linemen started out as apprentices in places like the one in our Northern California district. The work they do is essential for building and maintaining the strong, resilient energy grid we have and hope to have, as well as broadband networks that keep our country moving forward and strong. It's important we continue supporting this kind of workforce development to meet the challenges of our supply chain and security. I'm grateful for people like these folks at the college that value these skills and these apprentices and what they bring to the table. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the honor in Houston before I came back here of opening a medical gas training lab in the heart of the 18th Congressional District paid for by the ARPA dollars, supported strongly by President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris in this House. These funds will provide training for apprentices with our local plumbers union, Local 68, our hard-working men and women, and they will help our large medical center that is an economic engine for Houston, Texas, and ensure that patients, nurses, and doctors are safe when these vital gases are put into their facilities. So I was grateful to be there, and I thank the Harris County Commissioners Court, Judge Hidalgo, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Briones, and Commissioner Ramsey for their partnership with our federal dollars. When we work together, there's nothing better we can do for America. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the 30th annual Rid Mass of the St. Thomas More Society, which was held in Little Rock in October. The St. Thomas More Society is a nonprofit organization of lawyers and judges dedicated to honoring the life of St. Thomas More, the Lord High Chancellor of England, who opposed Henry VIII's separation from the Catholic Church. The Rid Mass brings together lawyers, judges, government officials to pray for the Holy Spirit's guidance over their work. At this year's Mass, Reginald Rogers was honored as the 2024 St. Thomas More recipient, an award that recognizes Catholics in legal professions who demonstrate exemplary character. To my longtime friend from high school, Reggie, what a great, great recognition of your wonderful, caring approach to your professional and civic life. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Air Care's pedestal humidifier, which was recently named the coolest thing made in Arkansas in 2024. Organized through a partnership between the Arkansas State Chamber and Arkansas Business News, this contest highlights the most innovative and noteworthy products manufactured in the natural state. Nearly 16,000 votes were cast in a highly competitive final round, and the pedestal humidifier emerged as a champion from a field of 16 products made by companies across our state. This product not only showcases Air Care's ingenuity, but also reflects the broader excellence of Arkansas's manufacturing sector. Congratulations to Air Care and all the visionary companies that contribute to our state's growing reputation for high-quality, innovative products. I look forward to seeing more achievements from Arkansas businesses in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a remarkable young athlete from Central Arkansas, Morrilton High School's standout quarterback, Maddox Berry. Maddox recently made Arkansas sports history by throwing a state record 11 touchdown passes in a single game, a feat that speaks to his skill, dedication, and poise under pressure. The game itself was an offensive clash, with Morrilton and Farmington combining for 153 points and 1,519 yards, narrowly setting an all-time state record. Despite Morrilton's narrow 78-55 loss, Maddox's performance stands as one of Arkansas's all-time great athletic accomplishments. Maddox, you've made Central Arkansas proud, and we're all excited to see where your talents take you next. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Point Remove Brewing Company, an outstanding Arkansas business that has become a staple of our state's craft brewing industry. Point Remove recently opened a new location in Russellville, furthering its impact on the local economy and the community. Based in Morrilton, Point Remove Brewing produced over 24,000 gallons of beer last year and partnered with Little Rock Central Moon Distributors to place its products throughout stores in the natural state. Point Remove Brewing is just more than a brewery. They're also ambassadors for the natural state because the beers that they make are named after Arkansas landmarks like Long Pool, Pettigene State Park, that they proudly celebrate our heritage. As Point Remove Brewing opens this new location in Russellville, I hope they'll continue to embody the entrepreneurial spirit that keeps our state growing. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a really brave, dedicated Arkansan, Hakeem Jordan. This extraordinary Central Arkansan heroically rescued 26-year-old Helena Proctor of North Little Rock following a tragic car accident. After witnessing the crash on Interstate 630, Hakeem immediately called 911. He ran to the site of the crash and rescued Helani from his burning vehicle. He was treated at a Little Rock hospital and is in stable condition. But unfortunately, Helani's father, Conrad, did not survive the crash. Martha and I send our condolences to the entire Proctor family during this difficult time. But make no mistake, Hakeem's actions are nothing short of heroic. Without this incredible display of bravery and selflessness, Helani would not be alive today, and Central Arkansas stands better off because of our citizens like Hakeem. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Central Arkansan John Jumper. John recently won the 2024 Nobel Prize for Chemistry. John graduated from Pulaski Academy in 2003 and is the youngest chemistry laureate in over 70 years. John and his research partners developed an AI model called AlphaFold 2, which can predict the protein structure of nearly 200 million proteins. Today, over 2 million people in 190 countries have used this technology to improve their understanding of proteins and their potential for antibiotic resistance and even decomposing plastic. John's tremendous scientific success serves as an inspiration to us all, and I'm proud of his achievement. And what a role model for excellence for all of our students across our city, district, state, and the globe. To those chemistry students out there, study hard. Mr. Speaker, I've heard many concerns from small businesses across Arkansas and across the country about the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN's, new detrimental beneficial ownership reporting rule. As many of you may know, this rule is required by the Corporate Transparency Act, a law that I have strongly opposed and fought against its basic design. As a former entrepreneur and small business owner, I understand the significance of this substantial new reporting requirement that forces small businesses like yours to upload an individual ownership interest report into a new national database maintained at FinCEN, in my view, Mr. Speaker, potentially endangering the privacy of millions of American citizens. And the worst part is that the Biden-Harris administration has failed to properly educate and inform small businesses and millions of others connected to small businesses about this new rule and the harsh penalties of up to $10,000 in fines and even 2 years in jail for failure to comply by submitting the form by January 1st of 2025. That's right, Mr. Speaker. This form is due January 1st, 2025. Now, breaking news, of the 32 million businesses in America that Treasury believes should be filing this new form, only 2 million have filled it out as of the 1st of October. Certified public accountants are eligible to help small businesses make the necessary filings on your company's behalf. But the issue is that many CPAs are reluctant to make the filings given the high threshold for accuracy and the potential civil and criminal penalties for a mistake. Further, in some states, filing such a form is considered the practice of law and therefore not covered by CPA's liability insurance. This burdensome reporting requirement is due, as I noted, in just a few short weeks, and that's why I'm fighting against it in this House, on this floor, by using my position as Vice Chairman of the House Financial Services Committee to delay this new beneficial ownership reporting requirement, the penalties, and the due date. In August, I supported Protect Small Business from Excessive Paperwork Act, which would extend the filing deadline by a full year to January 1st of 2026, buying small businesses more time to even understand this is a new rule they're required to follow, much less be educated about it and figure out what the least costly way is to comply with it. I also introduced my own bill, the Financial Privacy Act, to rein in the massive amount of personal financial information that FinCEN collects in the name of its anti-money laundering mission. That's an important mission, but this is a flawed methodology for fighting it. I stand tonight on the floor to create awareness about FinCEN's reporting requirement to the American people and deliver this crucial message that time is running out. Please know that the concerns of small business owners across the country are valid, they're heard, and I will continue to do everything I can, along with my colleagues here in the House, to push back against FinCEN's reporting requirement and that fast approaching deadline of January 1st. Mr. Speaker, after almost a year of being wrongfully detained by the Nigerian government, Tigran Gambaryan is now home here in America with his family in Georgia, where he should have been all along. Last February, Nigeria took Tigran into detention on money laundering and tax charges as leverage in Nigeria's goal of pressing Tigran's employer, Binance, into a relationship, a negotiation, a satisfaction of concerns that Nigeria had about Binance. This deserves repeating, Mr. Speaker. Nigeria arrested an American citizen with an American passport in Abuja on business and charged this American citizen with money laundering and tax evasion because the government of Nigeria has a dispute with an international company, a crypto finance company called Binance. While I was traveling to West Africa over the summer with the House Intelligence Committee, I visited Tigran in Kuje prison, where I saw firsthand his deteriorating health condition. Kuje prison, Mr. Speaker, is a tough place. It's where the Boko Haram terrorists were locked up and where there was a major Boko Haram attack and prison break. It's a tough place. During his detainment in Nigeria, Mr. Gambaryan suffered malaria, double pneumonia, and had a herniated disc. Now, Mr. Speaker, Nigeria is considered a friend of the United States. Yet their government's treatment of Tigran, who devoted his professional life to fighting money laundering and tax evasion as an agent of the U.S. IRS for over a decade, in my view, that treatment was unacceptable and shameful and not commiserate with a nation that is on friendly partnership terms with our country. It was well past time for the Nigerians to drop the trumped-up charges of tax evasion and money laundering against Tigran Gambaryan personally, which they finally did, Mr. Speaker, last month. Let me be clear. Tigran should have never been wrongfully detained by the Nigerian government in the first place. I want to thank my friends and colleagues on House Foreign Affairs Committee, particularly Chairman Mike McCall and Representative Rich McCormick, who worked with me and led efforts to bring Tigran Gambaryan home to his wife and children for the holidays. I'm thrilled to report to this House floor that he is home safely with his family in Georgia, in Representative McCormick's district, and he is on the road to health recovery. But, Mr. Speaker, let Tigran's case be heard, and let it be a clear example to the incoming Trump administration about how not to handle an American citizen who's wrongfully detained by our allies and friends. Mr. Speaker, recently, in recent months, the federal courts have taken decisions that are rolling back what is termed the Chevron deference. This dates back to the 1980s, a 1984 Supreme Court case that basically said that if an independent federal agency issued a rulemaking and published it in the Federal Register and put it in final form, that in effect it had the rule of law, that it was in compliance effectively with our statutes here in the House. In other words, that it is deferring to the agency that it is compliance with the Article I power here in the House. So recently, in recent years, several important cases at the Supreme Court, they're rolling that deference of 40 years ago back. And in a post-Chevron deference world, I believe balance must be restored, primacy must be restored to the Article I powers given to this body and the Senate under the Constitution. And in the activist regulatory agencies that have grown too large, too out of control, and been, in this administration, weaponized against the American people. This Chevron reversal did not automatically turn off the power of that administrative state, and it did not instantly empower Congress to be more directive of agency and cabinet rulemakings. Mr. Speaker, while various interest groups must continue to bring lawsuits in this area where they believe congressional intent is not being followed, Congress must be proactive in identifying areas where we can tighten statutory language and make congressional intent crystal clear. I believe Congress needs to look at three big areas in this post-Chevron deference universe. First, we need to strengthen the role of Congress and consider changes to the Administrative Procedures Act and the Congressional Review Act to require more collaboration between Congress and even the administration about making sure that they're clear that we have the authority to approve or disapprove regulations. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be good if the incoming Trump administration modeled good behavior here by actually in every federal rulemaking that a cabinet agency or an independent agency puts forward, they say they are in compliance with the intent of Congress. They are following the statute and the statutory intent of Congress in designing that rulemaking. I believe agencies should do regular reviews of all their regulations to ensure they're not outdated, they're unnecessary, and that they're ensured that they are tailored to limit their compliance impact costs, liability risk, and other burdens. So I would encourage the Trump administration to work with Congress to where we can have the right kind of cost-benefit analysis on evaluating the true cost, both marginal and cumulative cost of regulatory rulemakings. We must increase the transparency of how agency rulemakings are made. We must tailor specific statutes so that it's clear that Congress, Article I power, is in charge, our intent is clear, and that we're seeing that the cabinet agencies and the independent agencies are following that intent. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question on the motion to adjourn, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.